Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is Otaku Showboat. Today is Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. It is 4-4. It's 4-4 today. Ah, boy. So, had a weekend, did stuff, didn't feel too good on, these past couple of days. Still not as great today either, but a bit better than these past couple of days. I don't know. It was very difficult to think straight. My allergies were excessive in the mornings. I couldn't really do much until like late afternoons these past couple of days where I would start to feel somewhat okay. But yeah, just took it easy. Watched anime. Yeah, on I mentioned last time that I had started the trial for High Dive. Yeah, I canceled that so that it wouldn't actually charge me because as it turns out, I watched everything that I wanted to watch that actually what I was interested in watching during the course of the week-long trial. And there is nothing else that I want to watch. Now, I did not end up watching everything that was on my queue, but I took some of it off. I started watching Eminence in Shadow, and it just didn't grab me. Like, I couldn't really get very interested in it at all. I don't like the main character at all. So it's like, okay, well, if I don't like the main character, then I just don't like the show. Like, frankly, if I can't bring myself to actually want to listen or watch the main character, then I'm not interested in the show. This happened with Black Clover. I remember I watched a few episodes of that and was like, no, no, not going to listen to some kid screaming all the time. Just no. I don't care if it gets somewhat better by not focusing as much on that character. Like, your character's like awful, just flat out. So I don't care what happens to this character. Anyway, so that happened. I ended up watching like 4 shows on High Dive, 4 of them in total during that week, plus a couple episodes of Eminence in Shadow before I decided, screw it, I don't care about this so much. Of which the one show that I knew was on there that I knew I would like was the one that I really enjoyed watching, which was the Reincarnated as a Sword, because I've read it. And I'm mostly caught up with what's released of that particular series of light novels. So, what else is there to say? I did some stuff with Factorio, but that's going to take a little bit to go over. I'm trying to think if there's really anything else worth mentioning before that. I don't think so. It'll come to me. I wasn't feeling so great, so I just spent time just like watching shows. Oh yeah, it's the new season, spring anime season starting. Overall, first couple of days of it. Not sure what's coming up today, because you know Crunchyroll is terrible at actually posting when stuff is going to get posted onto the website ahead of time. You know, it's very unprofessional, the way that they handle the start of new seasons, but oh well, they're the best of what's available right now, so just have to live with it. Thus far, 3 shows that I intended on watching had their first episode. There was the second season start of Kuma 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 Bear, and there's the second season start of In Another World with My Smartphone. Wasn't too keen on the first episode of Smartphone, but they're fine. And then there's one show that started that I have to look up the name of because, you know, these words. Aristocrats Otherworldly Adventure. That's the one that's started that I also plan on watching this season of the stuff that's, you know, started as of the past couple of days. I'm not sure what else among the long list of things of stuff that are coming out this season that's going to be starting like today. I'm uncertain because this season on Crunchyroll, there's a ton. There is an absolute ton that I'm actually interested in watching. So that's what it's begun. That's the point I wanted to make. The next season has begun for anime. So yeah. That's all I really want to say. But that, hello and welcome to Factorio. So I did a few things in Factorio of what I could do. A lot of it was waiting around. A lot of it was sitting and doing nothing and letting the game run. But last time we met, right, we got neodymium magnets, which got Pi 3 moving. And I have researched a number of Pi 3 techs, including the most important one, which is the advanced electronics technology. I have gotten that. All of that. Hello, my dolly. Welcome to the chair, Miss Meow. Meowsers. Hello. Hello, my doll. I have made a mod. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I have made a mod for Factorio. I have called it the, what have I called it? Bob's Modules for Pyanodons. Bob's Modules 4, number 4, Pyanodons. I have taken essentially all of my changes that I've made in Pi post-processing to get Bob's Modules functional and put it in its own separate mod. So, now, if I look at a few of these techs, we could see that a few of these techs are being modified now by Bob's Modules for Pyanodons. A number of technologies have had to have certain prerequisites removed that, you know, don't exist at the moment in the Pi suite. There's certain techs that are defined as being prerequisites that just do not exist. They're not actual techs that you can take, and it ends up completely blocking you from being able to actually research these techs, even if otherwise it shows that you should be able to get them. I have fixed these things. I have made it so that the first 3 levels of the vanilla technologies actually follow the setting for Bob's that you have chosen, which by default, Bob's Modules has the Module Lab option enabled, so that changes the actual tech costs of everything, and it's supposed to affect everything. And so I've made it affect all the 3 levels, right? Also, the game actually functions with Bob's Modules. You don't have to actually worry about the game crashing anymore because of the introduction of the new beacon that exists from Pi. So yeah, I've done it. Does quite a few things. Here's Ollie. He's arrived now. Hello, big boy. We've got both of the kitties. Yes, you want to grab me? You want to grab me and bite me? Yes, he does. I have also added another mod that at the beginning of the game I thought I wouldn't add, but I've done it anyway. I have added the ultra fast inserters mod, as you can probably see right there. They go fast. simple. They go fast, and it makes them all easier to manage, shall we say, by having inserters that can actually move. You know, it makes building in the mall a bit easier, and thus we get to some of the things that I did between streams. I have to try to remember some of these things, but suffice it to say, this is a thing. This is a thing that I have done in here. This is our future. This is our future. We have a mess in here. It is a mess, and the future is mess and very messy. Now, I do have a few beacons left. I want to try to hold on to these as much as possible, because in this whole process, these past several streams, you will remember I modified Pi post-processing so that Bob's modules would unlock the vanilla beacon at the timing of Bob's modules unlocking of the vanilla beacon, which is chemical science. Yes, we've got two kitties. We've got two. The babies. We've got the babies. Hi. He wants to grab me. He wants to grab me. Yes, he wants to play. Ollie wants to play. Yes, big boy. You're reaching. You're reaching for me. Yes, you're reaching. Yes, Ollie. Ollie and Ollie. So, yeah. What was I saying? Right. Yeah, mall stuff. I've put stuff in the mall because I need lots of circuits. I need a lot of circuits. I need like lots and lots of circuits. Right. So I was saying I have these beacons because I had made vanilla beacons. I had made around 50, 60 odd vanilla beacons, and then the game updated. The Pi suite updated. And yeah, we have new beacons now. So vanilla beacons no longer really exist. They have been overwritten by these AM FM beacons, and the recipe has changed, so we can't even make them until late into purple science. We need to get to purple science to even unlock them, and then we can't even get them until very, very late, closer to Pi 4 science. And, by the way, as I had said before, it would be nice if we had like a lesser beacon earlier that we could get access to. Someone did complain a little bit about effectively no one actually being able to get beacons because they come so late. Of which King Arthur did reply with the following. For now. So the response from one of the developers working on Pyandon's mods to someone saying that the beacons come really late is the words, for now. Hey. No touchy. So, that means that there will eventually be something coming that will be available a little bit earlier. But for now, we just have to live with this as is. And just going to point out, by the time that happens, that change happens, we'll probably already be at the point of having these beacons, just because that's how things tend to go with me. Okay, so I need a lot of circuits. I need a lot of circuits so that I can make level 8 modules. Right? I will be able to make level 8 modules the moment that I get circuit 3s. Okay? So these high-tech circuits I will be able to make today, ideally, and that will allow me to go all the way up to the level 8 of my modules. I need the pure speed modules, I need the pure productivity modules, and I need a bunch of the efficiency modules. It would have been really nice to also have access to beacons ahead of this, but I don't. Ollie, get that hook off my arm. Get that hook off my arm, bah. Hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm just showing the pain and the suffering. I'm showing the pain and the suffering. So, yes, in order to make 0.1 of each of the 3 module types per second that I will be interested in, I will need 36 high-tech circuit boards. I will also need 10.43 circuit 2s. Plus whatever I need for science and infrastructure. Also a few circuit 1s. Now I'll note that I have scaled the circuit 1s. Yeah, that's a lot of circuit 3s. It is a heck of a lot of circuit 3s. I will note that I have scaled circuit 1s up to like 15 per second. I have gone over here. Oh, and this is after everything using productivity. Okay, so these numbers are after productivity. So I will need this many circuits after productivity at level 8 with Mark IV buildings. So in the absolute best case scenario, this is the lowest numbers that we will have across the board for the very end of the game. Now, I am making more circuits. I actually have sufficient circuit 1s now, shockingly. At least somewhat sufficient circuit 1s now, shockingly, after going over here and improving that. I now have access to abiotic ammonia and the ability to make cyanic acid through ammonia. So I have set up a cyanic acid factory over here with level 2 modules for now, but this will of course improve with our level 8 modules that we will soon have access to. This is making 1,000 cyanic acid per second. I have this under here. Yeah, it's 1,000 cyanic per second, and uses the power of bacon. The power of bacon to make sure that we have as few buildings as possible in here for now. Of course, I can come back over here with level 8 modules and probably significantly shrink this in size if I so desired. But yeah, this is definitely easier for getting into cyanic because it just costs, yeah, raw coal, which, do I have a list of mods of like essential mods that I always play with? Not a dedicated list of essential mods that I always play with, because that changes relatively often. But I do have lists of what I use in specific series. I do need to update this one again to add things like ultra-fast inserters, my Bob's modules for Brandon's mods that I've posted, etc. But in general, I will never play without nanobots. As an example, I will never play without nanobots. I will never play without Vehicle Snap. I will never play without Hellmod. I will never play without Train Supply Manager. There are several. I probably will never play another Pi map without Infinite Inventory. And I will never play another Pi map without Bob's Modules. So yeah, there's some mods that are very specific to Pyandons. Let's talk about this. Let's talk a little bit about this. So this mess is Circuit 2s. It is Circuit 2s and the stuff that makes Circuit 2s. Infinite Inventory, yeah. It's this mod. It's a mod that does exactly this. It gives you an infinite inventory space. It's quite convenient to have infinity inventory. That will scale a specific number of slots that you set to be free at any given time. So it will dynamically scale up and down. UPS issues? Yeah, I have a few issues with UPS right now. Just gonna point out that, hey, having robots active, having a few thousand robots active does hinder performance a little bit, but there's no real good way around that going forward. The base at this point is going to be transitioned into bot-based base and transitioning away from Rails somewhat. Yeah, it's just the bots are going to be very good going forward. I was actually thinking about that the other day, about how it would be nice if the top tier robot did not need to charge. But, we have 4 levels of bots now. He did add a third tier before getting into high-tech bots. I think that the high-tech bots really could have done with a removal of their batteries and removal of usage of charge in their entirety to actually make it a worthwhile investment. Because they're really difficult to get into. Oh, and by the way, robots were fixed. You used to be able to productivity the production of robots, specifically high-tech bots. Yeah, you used to be able to put productivity in modules on them, but that got fixed, sadly. Sadly, that got fixed. Boy. So, yeah, over in this mess, it's Circuit 2s. It moves, which, you know, that's great. It is limited by heavy end-doped silicon, which, as it turns out, might actually only be limited by my throughput of rare earth oxides currently, so that's a thing. It's limited by the antimony pulp, ultimately, and I have gone to my pulp 2 at, you know, the Circuit 2s on the train network, because, of course, rather than actually scaling up the Circuit 2s on the train network, I decided let's just make Circuit 2s here. I have scaled this up. To what, I don't really know, but I've scaled it up. It's more. It's more than before, and I have apparently enough. Apparently I can tell this to be, like, carrying a lot more of the pulp 2. Because that was the really big limiting factor here for some time. Yeah, this, it can make a few Circuit 2s, okay? It can make a few if I had, like, actual throughput of stuff. Yeah, in terms of speed, it's fine, because I do have this guy right here with 7.5 distribution efficiency and AM3 FM5 with module 2s. Not even module 8s at this point, just module 2s with 1 beacon. It's fine, it's great, it's fantastic. It's made a few of these circuits thus far in here. And I have, like, all the parts. And the big thing in here there's a few things that are new. The big thing in here is the wafers on our polycrystalline silicon plate recipe. This is technically new, but I needed wafers. I needed a lot more wafers, and I could not just let my base be severely bottlenecked by silicon wafers. So I went and I made silicon plates. Silicon plates take diamond wires, polycrystalline slabs, and wax. I have set up a wax factory, which we have seen wax in the production of Arcod Propolis during the race towards Pi Science 3. Blah. So diamond wires takes diamonds, takes stainless steel. It's good. I've got a few wires now, and that required these crucibles as well for the polycrystalline slabs. I put electronic grade silicon on the train network from my train network wafers. I can go ahead and hide that camera now. So from the train network wafers, I just took electronics grade silicon, and just shoved it onto the train network. And yeah, just getting all of the like powder, silica powder, etc., and the sodium silicate. Oh yeah, I have Mark II pressure pumps now. High pressure furnaces now, along with the ability to use Mark II smelters and Mark II basic oxygen furnaces and Mark II electric arc furnaces. That specific technology that unlocked all of those Mark II variants are I now have. Yes, my hand teleported across the screen. Okay. Here I've got the optical fiber. I've brought stuff here to make optical fiber. Had to make sure I have all the things that make this brought in by train, specifically cladded cores. I need these parts for other things to get into circuit 3s. I need ethylene glycol today, so I did everything to make the ethylene glycol and to make Zogna. I made ethanol here, because all of this is going to be involved in our work today. I've got pineal glands here, and I've got Dingert spikes here, and I have photophores here from Tritz. I've also started making silver zinc alloy here by placing down a smelter to start making it, as well as tin rare earth alloy, just placing down the building to start making tin rare earth alloy. I've got a box full of that. And I have this building here that will make heavy P doped silicon. We just need to make cold clean air for it. So with that, we are going to focus on getting into circuit 3s as quickly as humanly possible. Unfortunately, even if I were to place all of the buildings down to make all the stuff that makes circuit 3s, we will still be limited and not actually have everything that we need for it, because in order to actually get everything for it, we need 2 more things that sort of have to be done as like their own production facilities. One of which is to get MSA from cadaveric aurum, and the other one is to get Bodos. We need both of these things. I was and am slightly undecided, mildly undecided as to whether or not I want to do this here in the mall or on their own separate factories. I think the answer is we're doing this here in the mall, because I've got some space I can work with. Oh yeah, by the way, these are the Mark II Roboports. The Mark II Bob Roboports, Pi Roboports, excuse me. These things have 6 robot recharge ports that recharge at 700 kilowatts, as opposed to the standard Mark I recharging station, which is a 4 by 500 kilowatts, of which there is no Mark II, 3, or 4 version of the recharging station. Cough, cough, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, there's no increased mark level of the recharging station at this point in time. when there is now of the Roboport and of the construction zone expander, which the construction zone expander is actually better at recharging with its one recharging point, because its one recharging point charges at 5 megawatts of power. So, yeah. As it turns out, the Mark II Construction Zone Extender is slightly better at being able to recharge your bots, even though it is only one port, because it charges them significantly faster, even more so than the 6x700 kilowatts on the Mark II Roboport. And it stays like that even at Mark III. I think at Mark III it stays the same. I have to actually go in and like do this. So at Mark III, the Pi Roboport Mark III, of which there is no Mark IV for whatever reason, is 6 by 1.1 megawatts on its recharge rate. The Mark III Construction Zone Expander is a 6 megawatt. So you know what? I think this one does win out at Mark III. Yeah, so at Mark III it wins for this Roboport over the Construction Zone Extender. Barely, but it wins by like 600 kilowatts. However, for whatever reason, the Mark IV Construction Zone Extender goes back down. It goes down on its recharge rate to 1 by 5. I think that's a issue potentially. That should be higher than the previous level. It should go like 5, 6, 7, right? 5 to 6 to 7, I would expect. In which case, then the Mark IV would be slightly better for recharging than the Mark III Pybo port, but whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, we're gonna make these here. I have decided, and I have declared that we shall do this here. Notice that the game did not complain. I don't have any marker to indicate that there is an issue, so construction bots will come and build these, or place these, I should say. Also note that these buildings do not get affected by beacons. Also, I think that this tech level I could get access to... I think I could get access to the Bodo's upgrades, if I so desired, but I don't really so desire at the moment. What even are the options on Bodo's? Bodo's! Needs research. I think it's this tech level. Yeah, it's this tech level. I could pick it up. The problem is that it's 7,000 science, at which I've got lots of other techs to still take. That'll be at the very end. So the options would be 45% speed, or add a biomass, an enriched biomass, to improve output pretty considerably, of which it is a different type of biomass for each recipe. Cough, hack, wheeze. Or make it so that the production of these spores will cost a unit of sand, but it will give you a unit of fungal substrate when making spores. This is otherwise known as 1 sand to 1 fungal substrate. The thing about this is that it's not as good as you would think, because fungal substrate is inherently really cheap to make, like extremely cheap to make. You don't really need to make it in that way for it to be viable. So, yeah, it's just making something that's already cheaper. Alright, I need my thingies back on my hotbar, please. So I'll need to bring in fuel rods. The Mark I fuel rods, which I should have on my train network. Ideally today, this will not take very long. Cough, hack, wheeze. Ideally, this will not take very long. And I will be able to do more than just this today. The making of the circuit 3s, I mean. Ideally, what I want to get to today, besides making the circuit 3s, is making of this cobalt chromium alloy, as well as making super steel. Yeah, those things. Those things. Both of those things. That would be great if I could do both of these things today. Hello, welcome to the shenanigans. We are committing shenanigans. That is what we are doing today. A shenaniganery in the mall. Oh, right. Yeah, 8. 8. Do. Alright, I need phytoplankton as well. I need to decide. Oh, they're just taking their sweet time. Gotcha. Water. Does not help that the game is running at less than half speed. That does not help whatsoever. I likely don't have any, yeah. Likely don't have phytoplankton at the moment being brought in on my train network. But I can manage to bring that. I'm realizing that I have yet to actually increase my phytoplankton production. Oops. Yeah, I would prefer option 2 on the photos if I were to pick it up. Specifically, the recipe that I'm currently using, I think, would be the one that would convert to the sulfur-enriched biomass, which, yeah, that's Aurum with a sulfur-enriched biomass, and speaking of, for the cadaveric aurum, or cadaveric aurum, I have picked option 1 and not option 2 on that. Note that option 2 is productivity. The productivity would affect the production of enriched biomass, just for reference to everyone, with the plant upgrades. Just as a general note, any plant upgrade that has a productivity bonus would apply the productivity bonus to the enriched biomass recipes. So while it was tempting here, you get that 10% speed plus 14% productivity. I can't really turn down the change here on the seeds. Granted, this is not the best option for the very end of the game if I do a lot of smart farming. If I do smart farming for like everything that does smart farming, Aurum's included with that, so these recipes become obsolete. Now, option 2 would also be obsolete for everything but any enriched biomass made with Aurum, right? So theoretically, if I was doing like Aurum-based sulfur-enriched biomass, that would still be impacted into the end of the game with option 2 because of that productivity bonus. Option 3 here, it gives MSA. I wish it gave DMS rather than MSA because you just don't need as much MSA as you need DMS, and you can convert the DMS to MSA. That being said, the bonus is here by adding a bunch of soil means that we get a more than 1 Aurum out per seed in on some of these recipes. Now, the last recipe is exactly a 1-to-1. And when you use the recipes to convert Aurum into acid gas or Aurum into DMS, you get seeds back at a 1-to-1 ratio. Under normal circumstances, this isn't the case, where 1 seed becomes 1 Aurum. You usually have to spend more seeds per Aurum, so in those systems, normally you would have to supplement additional Aurum directly into only seeds in the only seed recipe. With this upgrade, you don't actually have to do that at all anymore. Same with the 14% here. I'm pretty sure that the 14% productivity would still put you above or equal to it would not. It would not. So that's a 20% difference, not a 14% difference. And this, yeah, that's not 14 now, is it? So yeah, I'm pretty sure these are just straight up better than a 14% productivity. Because of that, because you will never have to supplement the seeds anymore. And that's what I was tempted by. Because it's just soil, and we can get as much soil as we ever desire. Okay, let me put that request in, put that request in, put that request in. I should pretty much have absolutely everything that I need for all of this. Might want to increase the numbers a little bit on those. And did I actually set this? Yes, it is on its way. Huzzah, hazi, hazam. And I don't need to worry about any of this other stuff here. I'm pretty sure. Am I making... I don't think I'm making the fiber in the mall at this moment in time. Use those. Okay, I am logistics bot limited at the moment. I really do need to get into Super Steel so I can upgrade these bots to Mark II bots. They will move pretty fast. They'll move faster and hold more stuff. Although they will look worse. They will look worse. So right now, the bots are cargo capacity 4, and they move at 38 kmh. Exactly. The Mark II bots will hold 6, so they'll hold 50% more, and they'll move fast. Much faster. Almost twice as fast. They are going to be... what is that exactly? It's a number that is greater than 60. So they'll be in the 60 kmh range. 61.8. 61.8, pretty sure. That's what that adds up to. So not quite double, but really close to it, and they hold more per trip, so they'll be able to get their jobs done faster, which is just great. It's fantastic. You just need super steel for them. And this tech level unlocks the next level of bots, I think. Or is it at purple? I thought it was... Okay, so it's at purple that we will unlock the Mark III bots. And those will move faster still. And as mentioned before, at Utility Science, we will unlock the high-tech bots. Unfortunately, the high-tech bots, they still have a power draw and consumption, which sucks. They really should have just no power draw at all. If you're going to play the game and get up to here, they shouldn't need to recharge. In fact, that's been the biggest weakness of the high-tech logistic bots, is they move so fast that when they need to recharge, which is extremely frequently, they can end up being worse than the Mark II bots because they take so long to recharge. They have really big batteries, but they chew through it extremely quickly, and yeah, they just end up taking more time to charge than actually moving to do their jobs. Which has been my experience like every single time I've gotten up to high-tech bots. Okay, what was I doing? What was I doing? I'm up here for some reason. So I have technologies that increase the batteries, but that doesn't fundamentally solve the issue. I think in the current state of things, the issue is a little bit better than before because we have access to better charging. We have access to better charging now in the form of upgraded roboports and upgraded construction zone extenders. Remember that the Mark III Roboport is going to be able to charge 6 slots at a time, up to 1.1 megawatts per port. So, because that's significantly better, that's like twice the recharge rate, as well as 50% more slots than a recharging station Mark I, of which there's no Mark IIs or 3s of these, of course. Because that's significantly better, that's going to help with that issue of them taking forever to recharge. But yeah, anyway, I'm up here. Why am I up here? I don't remember. Why did I come up here? I don't need to be up here. Like, I'm done, right, with photos. They should be done. I'm going back down because they should be just going at this point. We have Ollie. He is settling. Hi. He wants to grab me. Okay, that is that. Did I put field rods? I don't think I've put field rods. Let's go over here and request fuel rod 1s. You? Bring on the fuel rods. Also, do I not have an ash? I may not have an ash. Oh, I do have an ash. Okay. I know because it renamed. It renamed it. So I know I have ash being brought in. I just had noticed that that third building for the top end fertilizer substrate, excuse me, fungal substrate, this one wasn't moving because of ash, but I think it was just robot stuff. Oh, I know why I was going up there. I remember now. I was going up here to grab these. Add 250 more Logibots. That's why I was going up there. I needed bots. So these need speed. And that should be that. That should be all I need to do for you. MSA. Right, do I really want to do this process for the MSA? Alright, so with this in the mall, I can effectively ignore some of this. I need to think about how I want to chlorine, because I'm pretty sure that this productively is actually a really good option to make chlorine. So I could ignore those. I can also ignore the sand because I am actually doing that exact process in the mall. I can ignore the soil. I think I've got enough soil production currently. I want to replace this with the pink pure productivity. Alright, pin that. I will need 19 of these buildings. Oh, God. Alright. I am missing apparently 14 of them at the moment. Why is a great question. Where's the Aurum? 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 Ah, here. You just need circuits, okay. Well, as it turns out, I have a few of those. I'll also need coal gas brought in, I guess. Hey, welcome. I am going to force a few things to get made. of circuits. Go. Move. Move the things. Make the things. Alright, now you're short on what? Something or other. But that's okay. I can keep working. Aurum? Oh, I must have them stored. Okay, and then water. Can't forget the water. Coal gas. Of course it's not being brought in by train at this moment in time. Oh, I actually have saline. Okay. Oh yeah, speaking of actually having saline, I just want to throw out there a specific, very specific concept here. Yeah. So this salt mine is making 270 per second of salt times 20%, 1.2, which is 324. Brought down to, 300 based on my ability to get stuff out of here. 2 compressed red belts of salt from a single salt mine due to the power of 3 beacons with level 2 speed modules. Yeah, bacon is going to be extremely effective once I can actually make an infinite number of them at Purple Science. And this is the shenanigans that I have been alluding to most of the game that I want to get to as quickly as possible. This is why I need Megamines. This is why I absolutely need Megamines, and why I need pure modules as well. These are not pure speed modules, and you can see that this is using 11 megawatts of max consumption up here. Yeah, imagine that instead of being plus 1280% on the power draw, that it ends up being minus 80%. Minus 80% instead. While going at a mining speed at a plus value of, 32,000. For every single mineable resource in the entire game. Is a bit strong, huh? You think it's a bit strong? I think it's a bit strong. It's strong. What exactly are the Megamines? So we can build them soon. I just need to get the cobalt bars for them. I need these things to start making them. But a Megamine is a mine that goes on these nodes. These nodes for each resource. So this is a Megamine. right here, it can go onto this next lit reserve. It has a mining speed of 8 per second baseline, and it uses drill heads for a power source. Both regular and mega drill heads. There was a period of time earlier where these things used mega drill heads exclusively, but that was changed. They can now use regular drill heads. Yeah, so the things that you put on these giant nodes are called Megamines, and there are versions of Megamines for every single mined resource, for the exception of Kimberlite, of which there is, cough cough, there is no ore patch for Kimberlite. But salt is technically a mine that is large, but it is technically, it's not really a megamine because you get salt this way. Again, there's no ore patch for salt. I say this because Pyandon has literally said that the intent is that for every like node-based resource, there is also a patch, an ore patch resource for them. And I'm like thinking to myself, well, you got a long way to go there, buddy. He said that in regards to like adding this rare earth minerals patch into the game. And I was like, you know, there's no real reason to ever really mine those, but whatever is fine, I guess. You sort of need to add a giant rock. You sort of need to add a giant rock for rocks. I mean, we sort of ish have that, I guess, with the calcinets, these regolites, but that's like for helium, not really for stone. We don't have a diamond patch thing for kimberlite, for volcanic pipes, and we don't have it for salt, so it's like, okay. Those are noticeably missing. But yeah, the salt mines behave the same as the megamines. I guess this also would apply to geothermal plant stuff for the geothermal water. Just basically, you can beacon the hell out of them because they're big buildings. They're big buildings, and you can put a lot of beacons around them to speed them up quite considerably. Phosphate ancient remains are not the megamines. These are standard quote-unquote mines. They consume syngas. The big ancient remains are the megamine variant, and those don't need syngas to mine. They consume drill heads. No, these blocks are not based off of chunks. Basing things off of chunks is it's bad. I don't like it. It does nothing for you. Like, absolute zero. It does not matter. Well, those are moving. Good to see that the Bodos exist and are moving. Let me do my stuff here. I need to keep working. Okay, so I will need to bring in stone wool. Right, I'm going to need to make some seeds. No, nor am I going to provide one. I have provided a link on my Discord to the rail blueprints that I am currently using. It is a book called the Foundation Rail series. It was not made by me. It was made by someone else. And I can describe again what the size is with those specific blueprints. So the Foundation Rail series includes this gigantic buffered intersection. The spacing for my blocks is a gap of 3 intersections. It is a gap of 3 intersections between intersections. So you have big intersection, a gap that is precisely 3 of these large intersections, and then the next intersection. And you can see that my stations that I have are positioned precisely at the midpoints. But overall, I've used the smaller intersections, which I think that the gap with the smaller intersections is something like 11. What is it? One. Well, I can do the math here. So this is, each one of these is 3. So if there's a gap of 3, that's 9 plus this part at the end. So yeah, it's 11. It's 11 of these intersections of a gap between smaller intersections. So small intersection, gap of 11, and then next intersection. And then for here, that would be an intersection every third with 2 between. Hey, Ollie. Ollie's at my feet. He's attacking my feet. Okay, bring in stone wool. That is next on the agenda. Lickies. Dolly's lickies. Stone wool. Am I providing this? I think I am. What other items am I including besides rails and power on those train blocks? What are the gaps between roboports, etc.? Well, so that's the thing. It's total guesswork. I don't have anything consistent with my radars and construction zone extenders and recharge stations. It's like not consistent, and it's not efficient either. So like I'm not going to share this inefficient thing with anyone. The only thing consistent about it is that it's fit for purpose, and I just copied a thing and it sort of tiles. It sort of tiles, and I have it set to make it easier for me to grow the base when I need to, if I even need to at this point. Ollie. Get back. Back. But Ollie. Hey. What are you doing? You're making a commotion? You're making a commotion? So here's the problem with how I've designed my rail network, okay? Do you see this right here? This number, this is the problem with how I've designed my rail network. This right here is the biggest issue of how I've designed my rail network. Where am I getting these Aurum? Am I like still making Aurum? I shouldn't be making any. Oh, sweet, I actually am. Ha! Ha! I actually am making Aurum. Okay, well, go back to here. Do this. Pin. Oh, please tell me you share. Please tell me you share. I doubt it, but whatever. fine be that way. Oh, you take stuff, huh? So what is this? Hydrogen peroxide? I have to bring that in. Yay. More things to bring in. R coal, or M, coal gas. And M, H2O2. You know, that would have been excellent had I not just messed it up so bad. Yeah, that would have been great had it actually been the coal gas. But no, this was the hydrogen peroxide. That should do it. You. Yes. So, I have a bunch of unstacked raw coal, but this is going to end up, you know, producing ash that needs to be deleted from the face of existence. So, copy, pasty. Okay. That's going to bring in Aurum, and it needs acid gas. So I need to produce some acid gas. Oh, desulfurizator! Time for the desulfurizator. To desulfurize. Dang, it needs like a lot of speed. Okay, for you. Next question. Am I importing sulfur? The answer would appear to be yes. But I think that that's potentially just a byproduct of me actually having thrown a bunch into chests. By the way, the game hangs a very long time when I click that button to show all of my requester stations. Alright, M. I am not importing sulfur. That is the answer. I am not. Even though I have 42,000 sulfur. Am I even bringing in Faugi as well? I also don't think I'm bringing in Faugi, but we can check. I am not. Faugi is stacked. Speaking of stacking, I noticed that there is an update for deadlock stacking for Pyanodons. I'm not doing that update. All that it really does is it makes the ability to stack bones and skin and one of the other parts, it brings it up, makes it earlier to stacking 1. So you can basically stack all of the animal parts now all at the same time. But I've decided not to do that because I would have to redo a specific thing with antimony ore because I modified deadlock stacking for Pyanodons to be able to stack antimony ore, and at the moment none of the antimony stuff is able to be stacked, which is like, excuse me, but we sort of need to be able to stack antimony, and it's... Oh, would you look at that? It exists there. But what about the ore? Like, the ore is noticeably missing. Because I had to do that myself to make it so that the ore stacks. Like, okay, you have the intermediates of antimony able to be stacked, apparently. And yet not the ore itself. What? You know, yeah, I don't think you really need to ask ChatGPT about how to get rid of the charging on the robot. I really don't think that that's a thing that is fundamentally necessary. It should be easy enough. Just remove, like, you're deleting contents of a file. If you want to, like, modify the file itself and not, like, add a mod to do that. Okay, I need oxygen. Like, actually as oxygen this time. You know, it would help if I actually had that oxygen available. Okay, you're moving. You're making 20. I need less than that. Alright, just add Aurum. So the thing about this is that it will be net positive on seeds by 0.1, which really means that it's going to be net positive on Aurum, and that we're going to eventually get blocked by there being too many, like, seeds output on this, so I actually have to have those placed. How many seeds do you need to start? Oh, I need 5. So this is going to be a bit of pain in the absolute rear end. And the reason why I say that is, yeah. I have to change this at some point. It's not going to be a problem for a very, very long time, but there will be a problem where we will be backed up because there will be too many seeds. At which point I will need to figure out voiding of excess seeds. I mean, it's easy enough to void the excess seeds. It's just I need to make it so that I'm only taking out excess seeds, that I'm still providing seeds. And I think that the best thing I can do with that in mind is something like this. Okay. That should solve the issue. And this is, I'm gonna need to babysit this for quite some time, I think. Yeah, this will need babysitting, so I'm gonna move on for now. Just because the robots are not smart enough to send all of the seeds to a single building. I don't need to use buffer chests. No, this works exactly as intended. This will work perfectly. If I actually set it to output priority left rather than input priority left. So all of the seeds will go into the provider chest until the chest fills up, and then anything extra will be voided. And that is exactly what we need. Okay, so now that I have those two things set up, I can work directly on getting into the high-tech circuits, which this is going to be very messy. If ya didn't already know, this will be messy. It will be quite messy. But hey, it's fine. We'll be okay. We're okay with messy. Speaking of messy, I need to run a very long pipe now. I need to run a extremely long pipe now. Up and away we go. Where am I going? I'm going here. Still going. Ta-da! I should note, I am making water fill. If you didn't see it on my hotbar already, if it's even on my hotbar. Oh, I guess it's not on my hotbar. All right. Well, I'm making water fill. It's here. So I have this for, I think it's the pneumol new moles, which are unlocked at this tech level, and they make ink and maybe something else. Yeah, I'm now able to get those. Huzzah, because I will have water. They apparently have to be placed on water. Or at least there's something that has to be placed. Why did you not have those? Throughput is fine, I think. That's fine for a blue. Alright, there's that one. This is going to be a lot of place the building. I'm going to put one of these just in case. Boron carbide. I did not notice that I needed that. Alright, so I will need to make that. No, I will need this. Boric acid. Just go ahead and copy that for me, thanks. Let there be this guy. I'm pretty sure the only thing I'm going to need here is the stuffs, the coke. And did this copy? It did not? Well, dang. Didn't actually copy everything. There we go. That'll make that stuff. Then, yeah, just waiting for robots to deliver the rest of the stuff for you. Cool. Boop, boop. Boop. This thing needs vacuum. Gib vacuum. What does Bob's Modules do? Bob's Modules adds unique modules into the game. It adds multiple stronger modules that are completely configurable. So rather than having just 3 levels of modules, you now have 8 levels of modules that will exist. And while they initially will start weaker than vanilla modules in some respects, in terms of like raw strength, they also by default don't come with as many drawbacks. So the vanilla equivalent productivity module will not by default have a speed penalty associated with it, as an example. However, there are these things that are called the pure modules. The pure speed and the pure productivity modules have no drawbacks whatsoever, but they do come at a much higher cost to build them. And let's see, so the productivity modules scale from 5% and add 5% for each level up to level 8 for a total of 40% productivity per level 8 module, per level 8 pure productivity module. So you can just get 40% productivity in a single module. times however many module slots you have in a building that can take productivity on a recipe that allows productivity. So it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong by default. You can configure this to whatever numbers you want in the mod settings. Do the recipes work well with Pi? They work with Pi. So it adds its own set of stuff as ingredients. In order to make these modules, we need things like basic module boards, or we will need to have module logic boards, or we'll need to have module processor boards, or a combination of the such. We also need speed, like circuit boards, logic boards, processor boards for each type, like speed, efficiency, productivity, pollution cleaning, as well as added into this for whatever reason. It's part of the pure productivity gains. It has its own set of text with its own set of technology costs, but you can change that. It is a setting. As well. And they primarily use vanilla equivalent circuits as well. So it needs gold, because gold exists in PyMods, even though it's like looking more for like Bob's version of gold, because Pyandon's version of gold is that same name, as the same name, it's using Pyandon's version of gold. So it does sort of push back when you can get your circuits initially. But you can get gold as soon as you can start sorting soot, and that's exactly where all of my gold is coming from right now, is just from soot sorting. So I'm probably going to run out of that relatively soonish, maybe. So yeah, they're strong, necessarily strong, in my opinion, for Pyandon's mods. And there's other options. You can actually make them even more insane in the mod settings for Bob's modules, because there's this option here for God modules. If you have this on, you will gain access to the ability to craft God modules, which give all of the positive effects. They will reduce power draw, they will increase speed, and they will provide productivity. So unfortunately, you'll only be able to actually use God modules in recipes that allow productivity. But there's only like 5 levels of these, I think, rather than 8. But yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. As you can see on here, I have all default settings. I have default settings. You can actually tell the game to be able to transmit productivity in beacons. Cough. That's a setting that exists if you would like to beacon productivity, and if you would like to allow productivity on every single recipe in the entire game, you can also do that as an FYI, and you can change the initial starting productivity and the amount that you gain per level. So rather than it starting at 5% productivity, you can actually be like, hey, we can start at 100% productivity and add 100% every tech level, or every level of module. You can actually set it to like 100 or more. So yeah, it's configurable. It's configurable to whatever you desire or need. With that being said, we are halfway through the stream, which means that it is time to take a brief break. I will be back in just a few minutes to finish up this Circuit 3 stuff. And I have returned. Welcome back. Let's make a bit better, more speedier progress going forward here. Right. I need one of these. How easy is it gonna be, or difficult is it gonna be if I just put that there? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I can just run that down. Dang. One. Oh, you actually can run off of that. No, I'd rather you not. I would much rather you not run off of that. Thanks. Great. So can I run this? Yes, I can run this. And you just need oxygen. Alright. That's fine by me. Oxyestogeniest, I need you. Need you. Okay, that provides the fluids for you. Put down that, that, power. And there's stuff. Oh yeah, boron. Hi, you eat that, don't you? Yes. Yes, you do. Okay, there's that. Next. Plop down these. Just do one, not two. Yep, got all the stuff for that. That is Nenbit Matrix. Next, this guy. Let's see, we've got coil cores. Ooh boy, I want to make sure that I'm within that range. Give it these. Ooh, I'm almost out of these. Oh boy, may need to focus on building some more of those. Should have all that. Eventually. Oh boy, alright. That makes those. It's unfortunate that we no longer have an upgrade directly to the research center that gave its own productivity to everything. At least this recipe allows productivity. Next. Now we have this guy. Hey, thank you so much for the tip. Looks like it worked this time. Thank you so much. $10. We are going to stream an extra hour today. Thank you so much for that. Huzzah. Yes, one more hour. We shall go for an additional hour. We'll see how much we can get done. With that additional hour, I'm going to say that once we get through Circuit 3s, we're going to make the cobalt chromium alloy here in the mall. And we are also going to work on the super steel here in the mall. And then from there, I'll have to put a little bit of thought as to exactly the next step from then. Cause yeah, I guess we're working towards purple science, you know, as our progression. It's just that I don't have most of these techs at this point. I think, do I have the gadolinium? I do not. Of course I don't. I don't, in fact, have most of the thingies unlocked. So yeah, it's gonna take a bit of planning, a little bit of planning going forward here. Right, I have the ability to take the rocket fuel technology, which is important. I'm just gonna work towards Tholen's tech for the moment. This is important because this fuel actually works with our current trains. I can actually use rocket fuel with our current trains, and what's so special about that is that the rocket fuel does not produce a spent fuel result. And it only needs kerosene. We just need to be able to make kerosene. Which is a somewhat complex build, but we can make a lot of rocket fuel. We can make a lot of rocket fuel. We can provide it to all of our train stations. The issue, though, is this tech level, we unlock the ability to make the next level of trains. The Nextlit-powered locomotives, which will run off of Nextlit batteries. They will be significantly faster, accelerate significantly faster, decelerate significantly faster, and just be straight up faster overall. Of course, we need particle accelerators to, charge the batteries. That's the main thing, and we need to actually be able to build them, and that's a big process in and of itself. Have I unlocked the things? I have not unlocked these. Oh, you know what? We'll make aerogel. We'll be making aerogel soon. Right. I wanna like make aerogel for like subdenier microfiber. I should have the special small parts, do I not? Yes, I have unlocked special small parts, so I want to make aerogels and get these. I want to get these special small parts. Yeah. I want to get the special small parts. It's rather unfortunate that we actually need to go all the way through all this to reach Railways 3. And while these don't directly require special small parts to make anything with the locomotives, some of the components need special small parts. Hello, Ollie. Hello, Ollie. Ali. Ollie. Hi. Hello, baby. He has arrived. Yeah, it was a little bit painful doing the transition. Doing the transition to the current bot level, or to the current trains, from vanilla trains to advanced trains, considering there were over 300 of them. And think of it as there are now more of them than there were before. So changing all of the trains to Nextlit trains is going to be a mission, a huge mission. Why none of these? Hello. Have I not brought boron? Have I just not brought boron to the mall? I must not have brought boron to the mall. So there are 2 more tiers of trains. I was actually right around there as well. I had over 300 trains. So I switched over 300 trains from vanilla to advanced, and now I have 586 trains that I would need to change from advanced to nextlit, and then who knows how many of those I would need to change to go from nextlit powered to like the whatever the last one now is. Railways, whatever it's called again. They're pink. They're purpley, superior floating locomotives. So yeah, there's nextlit powered, and then there's superior floating. Superior. They're so superior. Part of me is thinking to say, screw it, don't even bother with these higher tiered trains, and just make rocket fuel and provide the trains with the advanced locomotives with rocket fuel, because that will also buff them. The advanced locomotives, they won't be as good as the more advanced trains, but they will be better than they currently are by providing them with a fuel that gives them, you know, extra acceleration. Yeah, so all of them use different fuels. The nextlit powered locomotives will use nextlit batteries, and then the one above that, the superior floating locomotive, uses quantum batteries and not nextlit batteries, and it's different still from the one before. And the nextlit batteries, you need to use particle accelerators to recharge them. So it's just a pain all around. I'm thinking just switch to rocket fuel. I think that's probably the best option currently, is swap it to rocket fuel and be done with it. Okay, I've set up that, although it's going to be a little slow in its current position, isn't it? Yeah, it's outside that range. I actually need to move this. Or add one. I might need to just add. Oh, you're within the range of this guy. A 1-5. You're in the range. Oh, so you're plus 200% from that specific position. You're fine. Let's see. Do this one next, then. What's the range of this 1-5? To there. Alright, then. I'll put you down over here. I'll just have to bring the LN2 over. There you go. Good old LN2. I didn't actually bring in the boron, did I? I went walking over here, got distracted, and then walked away. Need to bring boron to the mall. And you may notice I am sort of running out of slots here. On my second station expansion. Okay. I want to note that over at my silver 2, my particle acceleration of silver, I have done a thing. If I can find it. If I can find it. D Silver 3. Here. Hi. So previously I had about 16 or whatever. I had multiple particle accelerators here. I have 2 now. Thanks to the power of bacon. And 5 FM3. I wanted to make 15 per second of silver through particle acceleration, converting copper into silver with the cost of a few proton donors, which is why I had made boron in the first place. So this is the power of pure modules. So pure speed module 2s have now made these buildings super fast. They have a plus 600% each to their crafting speed without increasing the amount of power that they consume. So I went from having a lot of these particle accelerators, each consuming a gigawatt each, to having 2. And that saved a lot of power. Now, it would be nice if I could do minus 80% power draw on these particular buildings, but that is not allowed. It is not allowed. These buildings do not take level 1 through 3 efficiency modules. I could throw in efficiency modules above at level 4 or above, but not going to. I'm not going to. Because it's not intended. Okay, next up, you. And we just set up this one. And that needs this guy. Wait, what? Magnetic cores. Where did I set the magnetic core? This guy. And this guy needs the alloy. The alloy needed the boron. And the boron's on its way. Okay. All that should be about to get moving. That's just easy, that's moving. Okay, heavy p-dope silicon. So I already have the building placed for the heavy p-dope silicon. We don't have to worry about that. The building has been placed, it's over here. It just needs cold, clean air. So cold, clean air, the cleanest of air and coldest of air. Where do I want you to live? Here, I guess. Is it the vent? It is petroleum gas, right? So I'm assuming it's the vent. Have that guy. Oh, look, I need the stupid liquid nitrogen again. That guy. And apparently, for whatever reason, 2 of these. Oh, frick. Activated carbon. I don't have that on the train network. Double dang. Triple. Quadruple dang. Alright, robots, come and build this for me. Unless I can run an upgrade planner. cough. Guess not. Okay, there we go. Let there be biofilm. Of course, I'm not importing biofilm. As much as I want to put this, I push the button. I push the button, and now the game is not moving. There we go. Biofilm. Biofilm, biofilm. Biofilm is on its way. I have a total of 12 more stations for solid inputs. I have a lot of stations. I have a lot of requester stations, and it has to pull up the list of the whole thing. So it hangs a little bit. Just a bit. Okay, activated carbon. There is some in storage, but I don't actually have all that much in storage. I will need to make some. The issue here is this stuff. This stuff right here. I don't think I need to worry about that guy. I'm just gonna put down doohickey, doohickey, and doohickey. Do I not? I must not be bringing in HCl. Great. Great job. Okay. Okay. Fine. HCl. Hydrogen chloride. Okay, that will make zinc chloride. And then over here, I will need nitrogen. Good luck with that, but oh well. Alright, the rest of the stuff I have. It's just being able to get the nitrogen in this building at acceptable levels. Hey, we got rocket fuel unlocked. Yay. Okay, destructive distillation column. In fact, I can probably just copy. Why hello. Why hello there. You make 8. You make 8. You make 14. Alrighty then. Yeah, the nitrogen is definitely one of those things that absolutely is problematic, to say the least. It is an issue. Most definitely an issue. Okay, liquid nitrogen also needs to be brought over, because of course it does. Of course. Don't you just love pipe logistics? Pipe logistics are just awesome. Awesome and amazing things. Okay, circuit 3s, go back to you, please. We did make the neuromorphic chips, by the way. I want to point out, when we met last, I was working on the neuromorphic chips. I have built them. Oh, you know, that would help. Quite considerably. Yeah, that would help. Just a bit at actually, you know, making them. So for me, I used loaders. And since I know that my fueling stations at any one time would only have 2 things, right, that were different, I just provided both fuels during the transitionary period. And now what I can do is I can go and I can get rid of that solid fuel now, because I don't need that raw coal, right? I can get rid of that raw coal in its entirety. And if I were to upgrade, it would be changed, and I would add in the Nextlit batteries, the recharging of Nextlit batteries, which doesn't need anything else brought in, by the way. You only need to have the particle accelerator to recharge them. They don't eat any materials for those. So I'm actually more inclined at this point to do that upgrade, because it wouldn't involve bringing anything else in. But if I was transitioning to doing the rocket fuel, I would just need to replace the raw coal with rocket fuel and just clean it out, let the rocket fuel be provided, and like remove the input of the syngas of the canisters. Just like remove the canister loader, let it accrue the empty thingies for the used fuels. Like, that won't matter anymore, and they just get rocket fuel here instead of the thingy. But then I would have to do this. I would have to do that on every single fuel station that I have in the base. And I would have to do that to every single one before starting the upgrade process, or the change process, if I was changing the trains. The rocket fuel wouldn't matter. I could just do it to the stations one at a time, and it wouldn't matter. And eventually all of the trains would be running off of the rocket fuel instead. Which, given the timing that it would take to do the upgrade to the next stations, I would probably just want to do that anyway. And that would actually make it a bit easier to transition to the other one, because I can like remove all of the syngas infrastructure to replace it with. Particle accelerators. Anyway, stuff, things. What are we moving on to next? Now that I've gotten the things there to make this air, I actually need to, bring the air to the building. So how am I gonna do this? Probably like this. Cold, clean air. Was this cold, clean air? Yeah, this is cold, clean air. It just needs to get enough cold air. It just needs to get enough liquid nitrogen brought in. Just has to get enough liquid nitrogen and it's good to go. But for now, we will move on. Moving on, moving on. Walking you down there. You are within range of a beacon. Kaido-san. Where is the Kaido-san? I think it's up there. Yeah, so we will have to wait a hot minute here for the Kaido-san. You are industrial solvent. I think I've got that. I know I've got that. I know I have it, I just don't know if I am bringing it in at the moment at the mall. I am. I am bringing it in. I am not moving it anywhere. Interesting. 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 Why, hello there. Vacuum. All that stuff. Bum, bum, bum. Ta-da, that's processors. Oof. Oof. Oofy, oofy. Goofy. Glass fibers. Okay. Next up on the horrendous stuffs to continue to make, I'm going to need to bring in molten glass. I just broke a thing. Did I? Did I? No. No, I did not. Okay, good. Molten glass. And I somehow have to get hot air here. Here. Ah, yes, and I have to do that. Alright, molten glass. That can go across. It is a new item that needs to be brought in. Still waiting on that hydrogen chloride. Okay, molten glass is on its way. This takes boron trioxide. And sodium sulfate. Okay, well, as it turns out, I do have this stuff. There's your boron trioxide. My concern is I don't remember if I've brought sodium sulfate. I have not. Okay. Of course I have not. Back we go. That's our glass fibers. We're actually quickly approaching these circuits here, but because I think I won't need anything else. I might need that agar. I do. And agar is stacked. I know that with 100% certainty. Sodium sulfate. Agar. Really? Alright, fine. Whatever. Am I missing anything else? I'm just doing a cursory check. I don't remember if I am bringing in epoxy, but I think I am. I can check. Everything has frozen. I am. Next. Next item. Next item. We need to make fiberglass. Why fiberglass is done in the Glassworks building when it does not eat molten glass, I have no clue. It is absurd. It is absolutely absurd. It should not do that. At least the fuel passes through. Oh yeah, right. I need efficient, please. Yep, and you'll be good once this moves. Which stuff is on the way. And it's moving! Cool. Next! That should not be those. I don't have any of the reds anymore. I'm not even making the reds anymore. There are reds that exist. I have some setup where I can upgrade the reds to pinks, but won't do that forever. Same goes for these. All these should be red buildings. Like, hello. You should all be red tier buildings. Mark II buildings with the level 2 productivity modules for the stuff that can take productivity. Not all of this can take productivity. Which sucks. At the very least, the mutant enzymes should be productive, but they're not. That always, always, always has sucked. So that was... what now? That was the... Did I just do a thing and walk away? Oh, no, I haven't, because it was, because I was going to place this here, but I actually want to place this over yonder, over here. Yes, I want you over here. Yeah. All right. That. And that should just craft things. Same with you. You should just craft things. Okay, now we're working on advanced coding. Oh boy. Oh boy, advanced coding to get into cooling systems. We're almost there. Molecular assembler. I want you to be within range of this 1.5. So you'll go there. There we go. Whoa, we're actually within range of the 3.5 as well, so you go a little quick. And I should have all those things. Beautiful. Beads. Done. Next, a lot of one building things. Does not matter where they go, so I'm going to put them further away. So we have that guy. That is propeptides. We have calmodulin binding mutant peptides. We have chimeric proteins. That actually does matter where I put it. It needs to go over here. Because that's where I have the ethylene glycol and the ethanol. Right here, I'll put the mutant enzymes for this guy. Error? Oh no, my bitrate! Bitrate. Bitrate. Come on back, please. Cox! Cox sucks! Cox utterly blows! It is an awful service. Cox is a terrible service. Everyone needs to know that Cox is a horrible service. Alright, so there's Kaito-san. Kaito-san! Just need to go over and actually get the chimeric proteins going. Chimeric! There's the fluids. Retrovirus. I have those, and I'm pretty sure I brought those in specifically. Okay, that will be everything needed to make advanced coating. Hey, the bitrate's returned. Thank goodness. Advanced, the most advanced of the advanced. by making this stuff, I will be unlocking lots of things. In particular, I need this to make super steel. Because I need this to make... I need this to make fuel rod Mark IIs. Because fuel rod Mark IIs need those stupid purple canisters. That need advanced coating. They need the coated containers. Yeah, advanced coating plus lead containers equals coated containers, which is needed for the fuel rod Mark IIs, which you need fuel rod Mark IIs to get into super steel. It sucks that you need like all this stuff. You also need cobalt oxide, and guess what we do next? Guess what we do next? Yeah, we will get cobalt oxide in the mall next. Once we finish with these high-tech circuits. So we've made it now to our last 4 items. The final 4. Oh look, another thing that needs the liquid nitrogen, because we absolutely need to have yet more stuff eating up liquid nitrogen. Where is liquid nitrogen? Oh, where is my LN2? LN2, hello. That is a lot of swings. So you're gonna go ahead and get that. Also need sulfuric acid. Also need sulfuric acid. So let's see about bringing sulfuric acid over. Hello, welcome to the stream. I am just about... Excuse me? Oh, it's there. Okay. I am just about to have everything set up for circuit 2s. Circuit 2s? Circuit 3s. Not 2s. We're up to 3 now. It's just going to take up some time, take quite a bit of time for all of the items to accrue. We're likely not even going to have 1 per second of these for some time. But they will exist, and I can focus them into production of more advanced modules that will drastically help improve the production of Circuit 3s. And that is the goal that I have in mind. I'm going to get these so that I can make the advanced circuits and use the advanced circuits to make more of the advanced circuits. We're going all the way to level 8, and I'm going to be doing my best to get as much scale of these Circuit 3s as possible. We're also streaming an extra hour today, thanks to the support obtained. Of course, as usual, that $10 of support during each stream does not necessarily have to be from one person, just has to be a total of $10 over the course of the stream. And I will, of course, stream an extra hour. So, which RCOD upgrade did I choose? I chose the one that gives productivity. That is the one that I chose. RCOD upgrades, option 2. Gives the CAGs that's supposed to be 3% productivity, and yet the buildings only report 2% productivity for whatever reason. It's supposed to be 3, but the buildings are reporting 2, so that's a slight issue. The queen one is fine if you haven't already done the queen production yet, frankly. If you already have your queen production, it's fine. It's okay. Like, it just speeds up the process of the queens. They are still expensive. Just FYI, being able to make the queens through a dedicated recipe, while faster, is still not the most ideal, because they are more expensive. Anywho, so that is diode cores sort of set up. We're robot limited as well. So I need more bots. At some point here. This guy I think is still within. No, it's not within range. Dang. Looking for within range of this guy. So here. There we go. That'll be that. Eggs, maggots, plus the thingies, nests, queens, and archods. That's my order that I have it. I've got some honey up here, and I've got the eggs, maggots, nests, queens, archods. Queens take some of the nests. Every single step here has productivity, so we've got productivity, the final step, productivity on the queens, productivity on the nests, productivity on the maggots, because I chose the Vrauk paddock 15% productivity upgrade, so the maggots get an extra 15% on their output. That drastically improves archods through a Vrauk choice. And then the reproductive complex is not productive. We do not get a productivity bonus applied to reproductive complex. We do get the productivity on the production of the honeycombs for honey, which should be 3%, but is only 2. And same with these empty honeycombs. Speaking of which, wax. I haven't showed the wax build, but the wax build up here, Mark II apiaries, making empty honeycombs that get processed into wax. So just empty honeycombs into wax. That's the point of this factory here. It makes local oleochems as well. Okay, that is that step, and that just leaves our good old friend, the chip shooter machine. I'm going to place this right here. It's going to be plus 800%. It could make up to 9 items per second, plus whatever productivity I get eventually. We're definitely going to have one of these on the output, or on the input, excuse me, and then have that on the output. We put that there, and that there. Put the requests in, and oh boy. Put that back down to 200 there. Yeah. That's circuit 3s. I, of course, didn't really show the microchips or the MOSFETs because we've already done them before, and I already have them here on this as part of Circuit 2s, so those are shared as part of Circuit 2s. MOSFETs are here, microchips are like here, and I've got like a few of them already. Okay. Circuit 3s. Next. Cobalt processing. I am trying to think here. Alright, so this is shenanigans. I don't know why I did stuff there like that. It doesn't quite work with these modules. With this strength of modules. I think it works with the higher strength ones. No, not that level, the 8s. With the 8s. Yes, it works with the 8s. Ahem. So, expect this to change. So, petroleum gas. There are two recipes in particular for petroleum gas that are productive, one of which takes in olefins plus carbon dioxide and produces light oil and petroleum gas. There is another recipe that takes in light oil and refined syngas and nichrome and produces olefins and petroleum gas. So, for the low cost of refined syngas and nichrome and carbon dioxide, you can make a bunch of petroleum gas. And you end up with extra olefins. So it's not necessarily making stuff for free, but it is a loop here that you can do. You can use all of the olefin output as the input for this fluid separator recipe, and then all of the light oil output as the input for this FTS reactor recipe. It's totally a thing that you can do. Probably not the way that I will go for making a petroleum gas, but it is an option. I have made petroleum gas before through a different process. Do I even have light oil being brought in? I have heavy oil being brought in at the mall. I don't remember if I have... I don't believe that I have light oil. In fact, I can guarantee that I don't. I know I have heavy. I know I have blood. I know I have artificial blood and fetal serum and fish oil and saline, gasoline, tar. I have tar. I have organic solvent. I have refined syngas. I have not brought in aromatics. So if I'm going to bring anything in, I may as well just do this. Yeah, may as well just do that. Bring in aromatics and go from there. I don't think I need any other inputs brought in on the train station. I just need this one thing to do this process. Okay, you. Aromatics. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, do I not have? I do have, I just don't have on me. Yeah. Do have, just not on me. Let me put requester chest. For that, then I can do... Oh, do I have syngas? Regular syngas? I don't. Of course I don't. Of course I do not. Did I say R here or M? Alright, I said M. Good. Alright, syngas. Then this guy takes sulfuric acid. I have to bring that over. This guy is water. We are cleaning. We are cleaning our clean cobalt with water. Then this guy, apparently it needs 2 to get the proper output, but whatever is fine. We'll stick with 1. And then one of these. Well, more pipe shenanigans on their way. Alright, let's get some stuff going on here. That's just so many swings. I need to make more of these ultra-fast inserters. Everything has stuffs, I think. Just add hydrogen to the tune of a lot. Alright, you, I need 100. I need 100. Gosh, still 2 of them. Void, void, water. Power. And this stuff. What? Tin chromium alloy. Get over here. things. That, I believe, is that. I think that's everything. Yes, that is absolutely everything. I just need to complete the logistics of the pipes for gasoline and for hot air. Okay, gasoline. Welcome, gasoline. Hot air. Wonderful. Okay. We have our hot air, we have our gasoline, and we have our petroleum gas, and we'll have our supercrystallines soon. Or our cobalt oxides to make the supercrystallines to make that. Oh boy. Okay. So that's all the cobalt stuff. That's all of the cobalt stuff. Boy. Big boy. Oh, now he's sleepies. Now he's a pretty boy. He's a good boy. Yes, now he's a good boy. Now he's a good baby. Yeah. Yeah, big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. Yes. And how's Dolly? You're on this side now? How's the Dolly? Yeah, that's the baby girl. Alright, well now let's set up the super steel. Alright. Let's do that. I'm going to need to bring in molten stainless. If I do this here, which, I mean, duh, I am going to do this here. So that's another fluid. Molten stainless steel. Come on down. And go over yonder. Okay, do I have the lead containers being brought in? I can find out. I appear to not. There you go. Lead containers. I'll note that I only have 1 per second of those lead containers. Oh yes, and I need to bring in plutonium-242. That one. That is the one that I am bringing in. Okay. Power. How are you doing, power? Power is okay. I can add a gigawatt. Oh right, you make helium. weird, but sure, I'll take it. It will, in fact, produce a little bit of helium. How the hell do I get rid of the helium? Which is it? Is it the barrel or is it the void? The pits. It is the vent. The vent or the pits? It is the vent. Okay, we can vent helium. And I will need to annihilate 238. So for this output, where do I have our good friend the void? How unfortunate. I'm gonna do this more this way. Uranium-238 to the right. The rest gets loaded into thing. And that is that. Okay, so that makes those. Let's make those. Alright, that'll be those. And then this guy, Mark II fuel rods. Takes up a little bit of boron. And the americium-243. You're basically converting 242 to 243 as americium rather than plutonium. Then we have this smelter, the smeltingest of smelters. The next. Yes, please do that. Please, 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 God, do that. That is so convenient. Extremely convenient for me when I can do that. And just have the stainless steel brought in. Dolly is grooming behind me and shaking my chair. Ollie is also cleaning himself. He's cleaning a paw. Do I have vanadium? The answer is I have it in storage. Do I have it brought in? That is the question. So again, hang. We're hanging. M. Vanadium. No, I do not have an M vanadium. Okay. M vanadium. It's vanadium pentoxide, but whatever. Vanadium! Vanadium. Vanadium. Go put that request in. Didn't I say that I thought I had everything for these? Apparently not. Okay, vanadium. 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 Vanadium is on its way. So that just leaves the casting machine. I should have aramid. I've got the hot air here already. And the ability to bring it across, so that's great. Actually, I do have Mark II casting machines. They are being produced, and one is on its way. There we go. Just need those fuel rods to get and this just needs a delivery of advanced coating when I get advanced coating made. Come on, robot. Can I just note that we are not even at the end of our normal stream time yet? We have like 9 minutes yet left to hit the end of the normal stream time, and Super Steel? And Super Steel? Oh great. The bot that's delivering the thing needs to recharge. Wonderful. The bot delivering this casting unit is recharging. Is in a queue to recharge. Great. There it is. Hi. There you are. Bring me things, glorious things. I think I have sand castings coming in. It might be a rude awakening when I realize, oh hey, you don't actually have sand castings here, but oh well. Are being brought in. So, is there an issue with you? Nope, you're just slow. You'll make it eventually, but for now, you're good. It's good. Hello, stuff. Alright. Well then. Next. Next is what? I don't really need these yet. I think you put an underground pipe. I put a regular pipe on the output of molten super steel. I put an underground pipe underground to underground. Yeah, there's no issues here. No real issues here. Oh look, cobalt chromium alloy. Oh, yes, cobalt chromium alloy. Also, you know, super steel. Super steel. We'll start making these guys. But, Yoink. That's the most important one. But, I also want this one. But this one isn't quite, they're not so cute. The thickets are not, they're not as cute. But, yeah, they are twice as effective as the Digosaurs. And there's even one more level above this. There's the Workodile. There's the Workodile, which is another rank above this, but I want to get rid of this because I don't want to make worker food anymore. Like, I'd rather not make worker food. I do need to, you know, make more Nexlet. That's a problem that needs to be addressed, but I have a few Nexlet reserves around the base. I would like to tap into at least one of them. you know? Um, frankly, it's not as important that I tap into it now, especially before I have my more advanced circuits. We have made a total of 0 of these thus far, of the circuit 3s, and I don't have the more advanced modules. I want to have the more advanced modules really before setting these things up. And I might not set all of them up. That's the other important thing here. This one's important. Lead is important. Titanium is also important. I hope for fairly obvious reasons, being able to eliminate a acetylene demand for lead and titanium ore is massive. It's massive. Similarly, zinc eliminates a rather large demand on aromatics. So being able to get rid of a huge aromatics demand for zinc, which is the #1 most used metal in the entire game. Having the ore no longer require aromatics to mine is extremely important, especially if we're going to be needing zinc on orders of magnitude of at least 300 plus plates in the end. Yeah, getting that many plates is an issue, to say the least. It's an issue. Especially since it's cost iron, but zinc. I thought I had this actually already somewhere, but I don't see it, so it doesn't exist. Say I need like 300 plus zinc. Well, that's 476.2 molten zinc, and how are we going to get molten zinc? We could go high grade, but that's a mission. We could do zinc concentrate. That is also a bit of a mission. Does this really dodge anything? I don't actually think this dodges anything. No, I wanted by ingredient, thanks. Okay, it dodges soda ash. Okay. It's not dodging a grease. And it's not dodging an arrow float, so whatever. No. How much ore would I need if doing grade 3 zinc? If doing grade 3 zinc, matrix solve, you break down this process. Oh yeah, we need a bunch of heavy oil. Right. Right, it would need 476.2 ore. Well, if we could get that ore out of zinc reserves through the zinc mines, why, if we could also make them efficient, 80% efficient, and speed it up into like massive Oblivion-ish levels, like absolutely massive levels. Why is there no module selection? Hellmod? There's no module selection. Interesting. I think it does this with the other mines too. Hold on. Salt. That's not how you spell salt. Yeah, it does this for the other mines too, and you can totally have module effects. So there's a bug. There's a bug in Hellmod. Anyway, just imagine that this is one next slip mine, or zinc mine in this case, and that one mine would consume not 1.99, or would it be 1.99? No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It would be a 20th of this. It'd be a 20th. Yeah, it would be 500 kilowatts of energy total. Total. So, you know, good. It'd be good. It'd be great. And not having to spend the aromatics on it is just fantastic. That's where I want to be. Is there any difference between Helmod and Factory Planner? They do their matrix solver a little bit differently. For a Factory Planner, the matrix solver is a little bit different. I've had success in Factory Planner at making some factories that I was not able to do in Helmod because of how Helmod places value behind certain processes. For some reason, due to how it like evaluates value, which it shouldn't be doing, frankly, it should not be making any assessment of value whatsoever. It will fail to do this. This specific factory setup for creosote. It will utterly fail. It will not tell you that you can do this. What it will do instead is it will not do pitch at all. It will not do this pitch step at all. It will ignore it. It'll just zero it out and say that you have 700 pitch coming out of the system instead of using it like I'm telling it to use it. Even though it has an output of naphthalene oil that literally becomes creosote that I'm asking it for as an output. Rather than giving me the most creosote output for the factory that I've given it, it is telling me that it is a better idea to just not process pitch. Because it is making a judgment, a value judgment that I do not want it to make. It is saying that it is more efficient in some way to not process pitch and to spend more tar in the process. Oh, right. It should show that, I don't think that this shows spent fuel results. Yeah, it should show spent fuel results, but it's just not. I think it just ignores spent fuel results, which is odd. It really should do that. That's just, I guess, a limitation of the thing. Anyway, as for the rest of these mines, of course, nickel mines would save on syngas. The uranium mines are unique in that these will cost gasoline to run, versus the sulfuric acid. The tin mines only really save you steam. The quartz mines save you nothing. The phosphate mine saves you syngas, of course, and the aluminium mine saves you coal gas. Chromium saves you syngas. Coal saves you nothing. In fact, this actually costs kerosene to operate, which is the strangest decision I've ever seen. Copper, like, there's no point to the copper or the iron ones, frankly, and the rock hole ones, but basically everything else has a point to its existence. It's just a shame that there's no big borax node. Oh, hey, by the way, there's no big borax node. PyAE. There's no node for borax. You want to have a node and a ore patch for all of the ore types. Well, you're missing a node for borax. You're missing a ore patch for diamonds. You're missing, I guess, a node for stone. You're missing a what was it? What was it again? It was a it was a patch for something. What did I just bring up? A patch for sulfur. You don't have a patch for sulfur either. You don't have a patch for salt. Yeah, no patch for salt, no patch for sulfur, no patch for diamonds, no nodes for stone, no node for borax. Anyway, things. We have an hour to go. So, what am I going to do for this next remaining of the hour? So also, we have to bear in mind I only have 6 beacons left. That's the other key thing. I only have 6 beacons left. How fast are the fast inserters? Fast. Short answer, fast. Their rotation speed is 432,000 degrees per second. They move fast. They're super duper fast. Alright, what do I need to do here? I need more of the pure productivity modules. They are currently being limited by the pollution modules. Pollution, not that pollution. Dang it. That pollution. The pollution cleaning, not the pollution producing. Cleaning. Cleaning. I shouldn't even be making the pollution producing modules. I don't know. I would have to save and leave and go to my mod portal. Infinite inventory. Mods. Infinite inventory. It is the one made by Con. Yes, it is this one. What's the UPS when the stream is it on? Plus 12. Ish. So the question isn't really when is the stream on, it's when do I have Streamlabs on. There's a bit of a difference. I don't have to actually be streaming to have the to have my UPS go down like this. It is at 40 when I do not have that program open. For whatever reason, just having the program open reduces my FPS by at least 12 to 13. just existent. What the hell has happened with my power? A bunch of centrifuges decided that they wanted to exist and turn on somewhere. But I do still have enough power. I guess it's using CPU, but I don't know why it needs it that much. The preview should be GPU based. Why are you using even more? Okay, go here. Go here. I'm going to fix this right now. Or, you know, improve it right now. Where is these? Dang it, I need like everything on my hotbar. Get rid of that. There. I need like everything on here. I need more. I need all 8. Or however many. Like 10. There's 10 rows to the hotbar. Why is it that you only show me 4? A. And why can I just not have this whole thing open? Like, let me move this. Like, let this be free floating window. And just have it, like, either let me see all 10 at all times. Actually, that would probably be, you know, better, I think, because this uses up, like, literally half the screen, and it's repeated, right? There's repetition here. I mean, I guess I could set it to 1 line and just have it open like this. Did I fix issue with the loop or whatever that was causing me to sometimes add a I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by sometimes adding a pipe? Oh no, that was always a matter of just not having enough fluid in the system. That was 100% just not having enough fluid in the system to maintain the throughput at max. It was never about adding a pipe or removing a pipe, it was always about adding additional fluid into the system. And needing to add additional fluid into the system. Okay, off I go. I am working on this line. Now, I'm not even like... Alright, I'm somewhat close to upgrading everything at this point. I still have this entire set of 8. I have 5 more here, and then I have all these. I have 3 times 8 more of stuff to replace, and of the turbines to replace. How good are the coal power plants? Very, very good. I do have a little bit of a problem, though, where I am starting to mine out the edges, but yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Whatever is fine. I guess you can see my process here that I go through. I have to go here, delete, fill, fill it to about 15k of molten salt to replace what I just, you know, voided. Seven, 8... 9, 10, come on, get up to 15, please, please, 15. And 15, alright, that's enough for you. Now repeat that exact process many, 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 many more times. Delete those, plonk those. Copy, paste the recipe, copy, paste this recipe, times 9. Remove the colder molten and add in fresh molten. So the molten salt that was in there was temperature of 1000 degrees. If I allow this to just go without removing that, the temperature will average to 1500 and it will just sit there forever because this recipe needs above 1950. How are the cats doing? They're sleeping. They're sleepy. They're sleepies. They're just sleepies. Dolly's been playful. They've been normal. Although the other day, Dolly was sitting there, the back of the chair, and then she threw up on the back of my chair. She just started throwing up. No warning whatsoever. It's like, really? Really? Why you do this? Why you do this to me? I'm a little tired today. Yesterday we cleaned out the litter boxes. So they're happy. Happier than usual. We had to get a we actually put down a new mat under one of them because the old mat was starting to fall apart, literally. It was tearing. And I put down a new mat for them, for the litter box. Okay, almost done with this line. Let's at least finish off this line. They are indoor cats. In fact, in this city in which I live, you can only allow cats outside if they are supervised, and they have to be on a leash if they are off of your property. So if you have a cat that is on your property and you are supervising it, that's fine. You cannot have the cat outside on your property unsupervised, and you cannot allow them to roam around without a leash. It is illegal. So every cat here has to sort of be an indoor cat. And that doesn't stop people, by the way. They do let their cats out and roam around. See them on our cameras from time to time. Random cats walking by. At least these two don't go absolutely insane when a random cat walks by. Alright, almost there. Almost there. Just let that fill to 15. I said let that fill to 15. Why you stuck? Alright, 15. I almost got rocket silos. Haha. Haha. Oh, this one has to be... This one needs a little more work. I need an extra tile on this. In fact, I have to do this a little bit further back. Now I can do this. And then just let this fill and we should be good to go. And that'll be a few more gigawatts of power. And since I only have 8 turbines left, oh boy, this will be fun. It'll also take a little bit of time to stabilize on the max. It should be around 85-ish, I think. Alright, we're good. Get back in that locomotive and head on back to the mall, where I have to figure out what we're doing next. Alright, head on back. Okay. Hell mod. So, we actually have to launch rockets now for purple science. I mean, we've had to launch rockets for some time because of the need for cosmic space dingrets. Of course, we used to be able to completely get around that requirement because we were able to dodge creating perfect samples for the production of utility science. We used to have the vat brain biocomputing option where we could vat brain n amount of utility science through an alternate recipe to make utility science that was very inefficient but also and very, very slow, but it would allow you to pick up 1 or 2 techs from the next level that would allow you to get some things earlier than usual. And that was the intent. That is gone now. That is completely gone now. What you were able to do was you were able to vat brain enough utility science to pick up another alternate recipe to make utility science that did not require perfect samples, and therefore you didn't actually have to go through the effort of making perfect samples, which meant you wouldn't need to launch rockets to get perfect samples. Now you need to launch rockets to get cosmic space dingrets, and you need to launch them because you need tholins for production science. Yeah, tholins were useful. Tholins were useful. They're not useful anymore. But we're going to have to make them anyway because we need them for a science. I don't think I'm going to use them for anything other than a science going forward because I really don't like the concept of spending circuit 2s for literally any of the things that tholins can make. Maybe a slight exception. But yeah, so here's the things. Here are the fluids that tholins can produce. We have chlorine, nitrogen, hydrogen, ethylene, syngas, cyanic acid, carbon dioxide, methane, ammonia, acetylene, benzene, acid gas, propene, refined syngas, methanol, acetone, formaldehyde, glycerol, deuterium, helium-3, and olefins. I did sort of have a look at some of this. Now, 1,000 tholins. What would 1,000 tholins make? Well, it would make more than that as olefins. It would make more than that as acetone. In fact, I think across the board it's going to be, besides maybe deuterium and the helium-3, most of the stuff it's actually going to produce more than 1 unit per tholin. Yeah, so if we think of this, like, I have to ask myself all the time here, like, especially with acetone, right? Something like acetone. Or even the glycerol. Like, whoa, 70 glycerol? Would 70 glycerol be worth, or would glycerol, however much is made out of 1,000 tholins, would over 1,000 glycerol be worth spending 0.6 circuit 2s? And all of this other crap. Oh, look, and polycrystalline cells. Oof. Oof. Oh, at least that's productive. I can change that to level 8, but... Oof. Ooh, that's expensive. Oh god, that's so expensive. That's a lot of stuff. But the benefit isn't that it's cheap. The benefit is that you have to make it anyway. And if you can use a little bit to make a little bit of stuff, there is a simplicity argument in that these are a lot of things that are involved in a lot of processes in relatively small amounts. So if you can simplify those processes by using tholins, there's an argument for that. But there's an even bigger argument. It's like, well, then what's the infrastructure to even get the tholins in the first place? It's pretty big. It costs a lot. So I think overall it's just not useful. Like, this has been my argument though. Ever since Planeton changed tholins to force you to launch rockets to get the tholins, they have not been useful, nor will they be useful. And I will only make enough to produce the science. Frankly, like, there's no reason for me to use tholins, even if I physically have some for science. Like, it's just not useful anymore. Like, he took the whole point and threw it in the trash. Anyway, stuff, things. Have we made any of these yet? Do we have any? No. Of course not. What's our issues here? So, have we made any of these? No, we haven't made any of these because we haven't been brought any advanced coding, and I think that's going to be like the issue. Oh, I've made a few of those. I have a little bit of aramicium at this point. Okay, we've got a few of those have been made. You limited by chitosan, you limited by mutant enzymes, you limited by chimeric proteins. What is limiting the chimeric proteins? All the way over yonder. Chimeric proteins. You. Ethanol. Ethanol. B-type molasses. B-type molasses. A-type molasses. A-type molasses. Ah, it got stuck. Okay, I need to clear that biomass. That I forgot about. Okay. No, not that. Inventory. Boiler. Destroy all biomass. That should fix the issue. So the upgrade planner works on the pulp mills, by the way. Doesn't really work on everything, though. Right, there's ethanol. There's chimeric proteins coming on. That's it. Alright. That's an issue fixed. Ah, deep breath. Okay. Next on the agenda. Shall be what? Well, we have DMS getting made at the mall, but still, we have DMS. We could make better rubber. But I don't think this is the time. At least not to do together. What do you want? What shall we do? There are creatures that we haven't set up yet. That I haven't set up yet. There's Muckmo and there's Fagnots. Of the creatures that I currently have that I have not set up yet. And technically Dilmo as well. We set up, like, the Dilmo eggs, but didn't actually set up Dilmo. Yes, I have Muckmo. I have Fagnots on me. Oh yeah, how are my trees going? I need to check on my trees. Right. I forgot about that. I need to check on my trees. So, between streams, I set up upgrading of tree modules. And Mark IIs succeeded. I got Mark IIs relatively quickly. Oh, so now the power goes down? Thanks. Thanks. I have 84 watts, okay. So the tree stuff is over here. Mark II is going fine. Looks like we are still waiting on the Mark IIIs. Okay. Interesting. Put those in there. So yeah, the Mark II trees I've set up over here. In order to start the process, you need moss gene samples, some tailings, and regular trees. You have a 0.5% chance of getting a tree seed. You need that A tree seed to succeed 3 times, maybe? Yeah, because even though it's 1-to-1 onto seedlings, in order to make a tree, you need 3 seedlings. So you need to succeed this 0.5% chance 3 times. Okay. You then have to, you know, throw all of those trees into making additional seeds. A tree makes 5 seeds, and then those 5 seeds make 5 seedlings, and those seedlings go on to make additional trees, and it adds up and adds up and adds up and adds up until you eventually have, you know, enough. More than enough. You get net positive on the trees. You're also spending some planter boxes on this. And that's the Mark IIs. For the Mark IIIs, why then, you have to feed the Mark II trees. And you have a 0.5% chance of getting a Mark III tree seed. Which, of course, you need to succeed 3 times at getting that Mark III tree seed from Mark II trees. And now you're spending cDNA, as well as Mars gene samples, and anthracene oil on top of tailings to have the 0.5% chance of getting your tree seed 3s. And you only have a 50% chance of getting one tree seed Mark II back. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. So, as you can see, I've only managed to succeed twice at that Mark III seed. One more success will mean that I can truly begin the feedback loop, positive feedback loop, that will eventually result in infinite Mark III trees. And I can scale that up and I will have a whole bunch of Mark III trees. These Mark III trees have 300% speed versus the 200% of Mark II and the 100% of Mark I. So by using these trees, I could cut down by 3, a factor of 3, the number of fastwood forestries that I need for logs. AKA, I can make a heck of a lot more logs for smaller of space. In the meantime, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Right. So I've taken an upgrade for epoxy. Did you really have to do that? Well, this used to be a useful recipe. It used to be a useful recipe. Not anymore. Frankly, I wouldn't take any of these, or actually, I would probably still take option 1 and then just never use it. Because it's frankly bad. Anything involving collagen sucks. Collagen is evil incarnate. I will never want to spend collagen on anything ever, and I will go out of my way to avoid as many uses of collagen as I possibly can. It is fundamentally evil. So, nah. Not happening. I did not have a particularly great time with collagen in my first playthrough of this game, of PyAE's mods. Remembering back into the Stone Ages, the ancient times, when making collagen required a massive field of Zipure producing skin. Those were the days. Back before PyAEan life. Yeah. No, under no circumstances is this a good recipe anymore. I would much actually rather make epoxy the normal way. Through the not collagen method. Seriously, you need collagen for these drilling fluids? Well, I guess I'm not going to do anything with those drilling fluids, like, ever. Thanks, but no thanks. Yeah, and there's a different recipe for biopolymers that exists that does not use collagen, and I will use that one. Because all of my collagen will be going into hyperelastic material. Every single unit will be needed for hyperelastic material. Of which you can see that the ratio is 10 to 1! And that's why collagen is awful. Because you need insane amounts of it. And you need an insane amount of skin to feed it. And an insane amount of acetic acid to feed it. Okay, let's actually do something. What is it that I can do right now? What can I do? I can do aerogel. That's what I'll do. Okay, yes, I've decided. I have declared special small parts. Oddly, these are productive, where, like, small parts are not. Advanced small parts are productive. Special small parts are productive. Small parts are not productive. Odd, but okay. We'll go with that. So I need this carbon fiber, and I need aerogel. So, have I broken down aerogel anywhere? I have here, and that'll give me a good starting point. So I would also like it for that subdenier microfiber as well. This needs to be Mark II. Mark II on you. Mark II on you. Mark II on centrifuge. With minus energy consumption modules, thanks. I don't really need to worry about, like, anything else on this plan. It's just the stuff involving the aerogel that I need. Okay, you... Oh god, I'll need to bring in acetone. And formaldehyde. I'll need to make. Great. Great. Fantastic. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. We're fine. Rockets! Weekend has rockets. Do I not? I do. They're just taking their sweet old time. Ta-da! Okay, I need the acetone. Oh boy, how many more slots do I have? One. Great. Acetone. Alright, acetone. Then formaldehyde. I do not have formaldehyde on my train network. Does not exist. Formaldehyde. Do I have you broken down in here? Probably not. Okay, formaldehyde. I am going to use this recipe. Do I have moly ore as ore? Brought to the mall. I highly doubt it. Highly doubt that this stuff is being brought to the mall. Yep, zilch, or 100 in storage, whatever. That's not on my trains, then. Not in train storage stuff, so all the way over here, all the way over yonder. Hello. Molly ore. Molybdenum. The molybdenum is stacked, yes? Stacked. So we shall unstack. Unstack the stacked stuffs. And bring over methane and provide oxygen. Provide oxygen. Methane. Methane, I know you exist. You're all the way over here. Please don't let there be anything in the way of my methane. Thank goodness. Okay. Do I need resourcenol for anything else? No. Short answer. No. Acetone will eventually be brought in. So that is aerogel. Cool. Got that done. Now for the hell this stuff is. A random ass chain of things. Oh look, it's cyanic. Oh look, it's sugar. Methyl acrylate plus acrylonitrile. look, it's acrolein. I think I've done that before. God, that's so much lignin. Whoa. These numbers can go down with higher level modules. No, not that particular washer. The Mark II washer, please. It's just mildly unfortunate that the washer building has a grand total 0 recipes that allow productivity. That is another one of those building limitations. Like, nothing in the washer building can take productivity, even if it should otherwise. In which case, treated carbon fiber and dry carbon fiber should absolutely take productivity. And by the way, dry carbon fiber should be done in the evaporator, not in the washer. The evaporator has an input for pipes, for hot air specifically. This should be done in the evaporator, not the washer, and it should take productivity. This step makes sense in the washer, going from carbonized fiber to treated carbon fiber, because you are throwing water at it, you are washing it. That's fine. This step to dry carbon fiber, there makes 0 sense why it's in the washer. It should be in the evaporator. So, good luck to everyone when that change happens. Let's see. This should be productive too. On the electrolyzer, making the carbonized fiber. Oh, look, another thing that uses centrifuges. Yay! So we've made this methyl acrylate stuff before for acrylic. Yeah, we did that for acrylic, which also needed acrylonitrile, if I'm not mistaken. Acrylic. Yes, it needed both of those things to make acrylic. So, I should probably just ignore both of these things' existence and make polyacrylonitrile at acrylic. Actually, make oxidized pan fiber, because I think that's all this stuff is used for, right? It only goes one step higher. So at acrylic... God, if I have this stuff too, I could just do, like, most of this chain. Pre-carbon fiber is not really used for anything else. In fact, most of this chain isn't used for anything else, so it's like, why bother? With these... If I can bring it down to, like, just bring one thing in, that's fine. My main concern here is actually sugar. Do I get that recipe this tech level? I do! But oh my god, that's a lot of honey. That's like a lot of honey. Interesting. But we dodge having to go through a chain to get sugar. But it might not be as effective if the chain is productive. If the chain is productive, then the chain is better. And the chain appears to be productive, so... Why would I again? Set this to matrix. Let me see if Halmod tells me that sugar is better through honey. It does not say that it is better through honey. And the honey is not productive. Great. Great. Fantabulous. So we have multiple steps to make sugar that are productive. Only the first one is not, because pulp mills. Yeah, I think I know what we're doing next time. We're gonna probably have to set up the special small parts separately next time, because this is actually a real chain of stuff to go through to make carbon fiber, and I'm gonna likely need carbon fiber for a few things, including LDS for those, rocket launches, I guess. Harmonic absorbers use it as well. A lot of it. Whoa. Whoa, 30. 30? 30 carbon fiber per harmonic absorber. Oh, and look, and you need them for Tholen capsules. Great. Fan freaking tastic. Well, then I should do this whole chain in a separate factory on the train network. There's really nothing here in the mall that makes this easier. Yeah, this whole thing should be done separate, not here, except for the small parts. I want to do the small parts here. I want to bring in carbon fiber. I want to have a completely separate factory making carbon fiber, at least one. And so that's what I've decided. We'll do this next time. Between streams, my focus will be getting modules up, level 8 modules up as best I can. Won't happen. It won't happen. I won't really have any level 8 modules, but I'll be working on it. I'll be working on scaling the Circuit 3s to better support production of modules, and working on scaling all of the things. I'm probably going to have to add another train station line, like up here somewhere, or 2 lines up there somewhere. Just as long as our Circuit 2s are still moving, which it looks like they are. We still haven't gotten any cooling systems. Wonderful. Even though the chimeric proteins should be moving. And therefore the other stuff should be moving to make the cooling systems. Like, what the hell is going on here? Oh, cooling systems. Where are those? Where did I plonk? There. Oh, it's it's one of those, yeah. Also, apparently stainless is a bit limiting. We've made 0 because not enough liquid nitrogen. Is our liquid nitrogen just dead? DOA? Just gone? Non-existent? I wanna check this because we are at the end of the time for the day. I know I didn't really get anything significant done during this extra hour, but we've made plans. We've sorted through. We've done a lot of talking, which is always fine. It's good to have these discussions, just to figure things out. It's always good to figure things out. Oh good, that can upgrade. Thank goodness. So what is the limiting thing here? It is the actual nitrogen I think the best course of action will be to speed this with AM1 FM5. Maybe not even AM1 FM5. AM2 FM5. That is giving a plus 400% speed to all of the things, and I could make them another 80% faster. But I think even if I lose one, 8 by 600 I think is a better number than 9 by 4. Yeah, I think 8 by 6 is a bigger number. That's 448. It's more. I'm getting more liquid nitrogen now, so that shouldn't be as big of a problem. This should get its nitrogen. And the super steel is just gonna take its sweet time. Here, have some super steel. There you go. There's cooling system happening, and that'll be a few circuit 3s for what good that'll do me. Oh boy, so I have to go through, beat down as many of the bottlenecks as I possibly can of circuit 3s. That's going to be the focus of my time going forward here, just getting as many as I possibly can, because in particular circuit 3s are the thing that will be the most limiting towards more advanced circuits beyond, more advanced modules beyond the level 2 modules. These are the big thing that is limiting. The most majorest of major as our thingy is on the way. I want to sort of end things off with the production of the circuits. So just as soon as we get that cooling system brought over, it should be on its way now. There it is. Hello, cooling system. It's moving, and there we go. Our first 5 circuit 3s are being picked up and delivered somewhere. Where are you going? Huh? What do I have active that's using circuit 3s? Oh, it's going to beacons. Right, it's going here. I understand. I understand now. It will go here. Can't make them until Intel units, but it's fine, whatever. With that, folks, it is time to end the stream. I would like to thank you all for watching. This has been Otaku Show, but if you have enjoyed today's stream, please be sure to do all of the social and engagement stuff down below the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, and hit the notification bell. Consider becoming a member of the channel by hitting the great big blue join button and supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/otakushowbut if you are so inclined and able. I will be back with more on Thursday. I hope to see you all then.